Okay. A lot has happened. Firstly and foremostly, let me fix this, because I forgot to do that before the stream started. Okay. First and foremost, I have the Summoner Relic for A Realm Reborn completed and finished. Apocalypse Zeta Replica. So that means we are done with A Realm Reborn relics. We have every single damn one of the Zodiac relics. Now, I can't show you them in my inventory because I no longer have them. I traded them in for an upgrade. So what we actually have is we have all of the different animated things, which includes stuff like Paladin, Marauder, or whatever the fuck, Warrior. That's the Dragoon one, which honestly looks really shit to me. Pugilist Monk. Ninja. Bard. The Bard one isn't terrible. I kind of wish that it folded up into a harp, but this is the very, very basic version. Black Mage, Summoner, which is a book that I already had a different version of as a glam earlier on, and Scholar. Now you'll maybe have noticed that I also have a purple in here. Oops. That had not been intentional. Why is that broken? I don't know. Oh, because I don't have the book. I don't have the thing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. I have the Sharpened Flame of the Dynast, which is the Machinist relic, which is on the Light Grind stage of Born Again Ultima in order to get Deathlock, which is really quite actually cool because of that effect. I just need to do the dungeons before I can do the Light Grind. Whenever I'm doing Light Grind, I'm doing Party Finder, A9S, and doing about 21 clears. That's fine. That's easy. I just need to do that. I have run out of singing clusters and Umbright, though, because I also completed the Astro Zodiac relic. Not Zodiac, Anima relic. Because Anima relics, if you have the items that is just purely like poetics or Grand Company seals for a couple of them, like, so long as you have all of those items, you can just turn them in over and over and over again. The Light Grind with A9S does not take that long. The final step where you have to do all of the trials doesn't take that long with Unsynced. That's fine. None of them are extreme. It's the dungeons to do the like second stage, which is currently what my Scholar is on, and what most of the weapons are on at the moment. That's the one that takes a while, just because of the amount of dungeons that it is. But again, none of it is particularly difficult. The issue I have with my machinist is it's still not even level 70. So I can't really unsync and do all of the content that easily. But you can use your Grand Company Squadron for some of them, which makes it a lot easier. And the Airy, basically, you always have to do either Party Finder to do it as a duo unsynced, or you have to go in and just do it through normal Duty Finder because of Sable price. So yeah, we are getting a good way of the way there. I have 2 relics done. I'm really not that far off with the machinist, so I might even get that done tomorrow. I have all of the items that I need in order to do the final stage. At this moment, it really is just a poetics sync that I need to get enough of all of the different items to be able to finish the other relics. That's it. That's really all it is. I've been noticing some slowdowns. If those get much worse, I might have to reboot. It's been a little minute since I rebooted. What is it from? Could be my memory. My memory is pretty high up. What if I was to close? That might make things a little bit better. Okay. But the plan for today is we're going to do a couple of things right off the bat. One of which is my Wondrous Tales for the week. I've already done all of the stuff, but for some reason I like doing these shuffles. Ooh. If the pudding, the like Christmas pudding, was in the top corner, this would be amazing because it would give us a chance for. Oh wait, no, there's no way to get 3 from that. Never mind, ignore me. Now that. There's a very high chance of getting 2 on that one. So I think we're going to stick with this one. But let me double check with the Wondrous Tales solver. I've progressed to the point of not needing a solver for my mini cat pots, but I mean, this is saying to still reshuffle. Okay. That's very much similar. That's the same thing, but in different places. That says not to reshuffle. Okay, we got 1 line. Only 1 line. Okay, well, before we go and hand that into Zoe, or Chloe. I think that one's Chloe. Yeah, Chloe is Wondrous Tales. I need to do the custom deliveries to L2. Or L2O? 3. The dragon. So what do they want? I've already done the hand-ins to as Loey for this week because she's not going to have anything new, like dialogue-wise, for us. So there's no need for me to do that on stream. Alright, so we're just gonna craft these. I really should buy some better gear for my crafters. I mean, I think when it comes to the armor, they're pretty good. I could meld some more of them. But the accessories definitely could be better, and I really need to get them better main hand and offhand. Because that's where you get quite a lot of craftsmanship and control from, which are the main stats for crafting. The accessories mainly just give you extra CP to do more actions when you are crafting. But my main goal for today is going to be trying to get into Stormblood. That's what I want to do. That does mean that we need to get through 2 whole patches. And there's only 2 dungeons that we have to do. Ah, Woman of the Hour arrives. My thanks for furnishing us with the weaving supplies we requested. I took the liberty of arranging the rest of what we need, so I believe we'll be well prepared to begin our next lesson. What say you, L2? We have the materials, we have the tools. Do you have the desire to learn? Yes, of course, Master Arvid. Teach me all that you know. You too, Master After. I know you'll give it your all, L2. They got a hat and a scarf. Behold, my very first items of clothing sewn by my own claws. Have you ever seen a dragon more dashing? My design took inspiration from Master Arvid's cap, in case you hadn't noticed. Imitation is the highest form of flattery indeed. Truth be told, if I didn't know any better, I'd say the cap was sewn by a seasoned weaver. Yes, very impressive. Never in my life have I imagined a dragon donning a cap, let alone crafting one. The labor was painstaking, and I must admit I contemplated giving up more than once. However, now that the work is done, I feel a sense of accomplishment unequaled by aught else. So this is why you wingless ones pursue the art of creation. I simply must teach the other dragonettes what I've learned. I'm certain there are many and more who will be willing to bring their own ideas to life. I simply must show my friends in the churning mists. If they show sufficient interest, perhaps I'll weave caps for them to wear too. Take care, L2, and give your brothers and sisters my regards. And off he fucks. We're a talented teacher. Ah, I'd forgotten just how dapper you look in your new accoutrement. I trust your friends up in the clouds were just as taken with your new appearance? Indeed they were! Particularly the dragons that are of age with me. They likened it to being able to change the colour of their scales at will. I invited them to return to the firmament, but it seems they are still hesitant to mingle with people. Can't blame them, I suppose. Were it not for you, I too may have given up on my journey and returned to the clouds, wondering what may have been. I've learned to overcome my fear of your kind. Would that I could say the same of my kin. And those who are always afraid cannot hope to move forward. Of course, your wisdom is always appreciated, hero. I'm glad I found the courage to fly into the unknown. From where I'm standing, it seems clear that you must find a way to allay their fears. Show them that crafting, and thereby your friendship with those that teach it to you is something that enriches, not harms. Yes, Master Arvid, you're brilliant! I shall do precisely that. While my new garments may be fashionable, I could never hope to make one for every dragon in the churning mists. There may be another way to their hearts, though. What are you thinking, L2? It's also obvious now that I've thought of it. I speak, of course, of that favourite pastimes of man and dragon alike. Eating! When first I arrived in Ishgard, I was overwhelmed with the smells wafting from the marketplace. So many spices and aromas mixing together set my mouth to watering as never it had before. Perhaps I can bring that experience to my kin. That's a capital idea. Every creature needs to eat, but not all have had the pleasure of fine dining. Seems the matter's settled then. After, let's take care of the supplies L2 will need to ready his feast. L2 and I will put our heads together and decide which foods might best suit the dragon palate. I already have several ideas. Right. And now we just need to hand in the next 3 and we'll be done for another week. And then I'll head over to Idleshire. So that also only costs 1. Sweet. It is the ingredients, right? No, crafting tool. Okay, ingredients is next. What am I doing? Brain. Brain ain't braining. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 more of that, and I guess it might be time. Okay, let's head to Lenosha. I mean, I could have headed to Foundation, but doesn't really matter. Now that I'm done with all of the Zodiac relics, I'm hoping that I might be able to start building my money back up. I've been doing quite well at holding around 5 mil. And I want to make sure that I still have at least 3 mil going into whenever Shadow becomes available for world transfer. Because I want to buy a house. So let's do coal. Because it's my highest. That's not that bad, but it's also not that great. Thing is, if I go with pretty much any of my other crafting classes aren't going to be able to use Trained Eye for L2. So I do want it to be Culinarian. That's massively expensive. There's not that many people selling, to be fair. Is there a better world for this? I don't really want to log in. Why is that? Okay. Bismuth, that cat. Where's a world that's actually selling that? Those are all really, really expensive. That's also really expensive. Wait, hold on. Is that just because it's got the .00 on it for some reason? Why are you including, like, cent? There's no cent or pennies in this, it's just gil. Okay, so that's actually not as expensive as I thought. Cerberus. Cerberus is going to be the best. You could craft me one if I like. Oh! I mean, if you've got the parts, I'm not going to say no to free stuff. I ain't that popular. Not yet. But if you don't have the components, I don't mind just buying it. How you doing, by the way, Drakeling? Travel to Cerberus just in case. Yeah, it won't take you much. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll the bismuth stuff if you can. The bismuth fat cat and knife. That's the best that I can currently use. I guess I'll head to Zervan, as is tradition. I'm doing good. Neff went to download. What am I doing? That's not how I travel to Zervan. Oh, okay. Okay. So Shadow is up and running now. You can travel to it. People have been doing hunts over on it. but you still can't actually transfer a character to it and create new characters on it. But I'm hoping that they set that up not long after Dawn Trail comes out. But we'll see. If they don't do it until like 3 or 4 months down the line, I'm going to be a bit annoyed because I could have transferred to Dynamis by now. Although playing on a North American data center would not do my ping any good and would probably make content quite difficult. Game? Game? Uh-oh. I feel like something may have gone wrong. Yay. Okay, yeah, that's... I mean, that was to be expected. That's more like it. Okay. The snack of choice for today's stream really isn't dialogue heavy, speaking lots friendly, because they're jammy dodgers. Which I'm not sure if that's anywhere but the UK, but it's basically 2 biscuits with then a cream and jam middle, so kind of like a custard cream, but with jam, and they're very nice. Well, I suppose I'm just gonna wait here until my sugar daddy shows up with some new crafting equipment for me. Yeah. Welcome back, Patinga. So I really want to get access to Stormblood today. It's either going to be today or it's going to be tomorrow, because I'm not sure just how quickly we're going to get through all of the quests. There's not that many comparative to other things. I think we've got a total of 19 quests. 2 dungeons, which I should be able to solo, I think. But I really want to get into it because I have nearly the cap amount of Centurio seals. Again. And as soon as we get access to Stormblood, we get access to a new tier of stuff from Clan Centurio. And so if I can dump all of this stuff into that, we're in a much better position very quickly. Once we are in Stormblood, I might swap the Monday and Wednesday streams that we normally do to being Elden Ring to help with getting the Elden Ring stuff set up for the DLC, because that's coming out very, very soon. And I still need to work on Final Fantasy Rebirth. I've not forgotten about it. I'm still doing it. It's just, it's been on the back burner for a while. And we're basically, once we're in Stormblood, it'll probably go back to being just the Friday streams for a while. We'll get caught up on job quests, might even do the Crafter and Gatherer quests, whilst I work on... it's not going to be that long until we finish the Beast Tribes. I've not done my dailies for today, so with the Vanu, we're going to rep up tomorrow, which there will be a stream tomorrow, even though I normally don't stream on Thursdays, because Neff isn't here, so there's no one else for me to spend time with, so I may as well spend time with you guys. But yeah, once we rank up with the Vanu, they'll be then on their 1730 reputation band. Once we've done that, we've just got the allied quest and we're done with Heavensward. And it'll be a little while until we unlock the Stormblood ones. So what it might be is that I don't know, I might quite enjoy not having to worry about reputation and just doing... I should still be doing the Vath quests for their currency, because you can buy unidentifiable stuff with it. I just haven't been bothered. I've only been doing the Moogles and the Vanu. Tomorrow we get Kingdom Hearts on Steam. I know. I already have it on Epic, so it's unlikely that I'm going to buy it on Steam unless it's very, very heavily reduced on a Steam sale, which is doubtless going to happen, but probably not this year. I know that the Steam version is going to be the definitive version, because it's going to have the best graphics. There's the new Keyblade that's in Steam colors and things like that. So I probably will get it eventually. I'm just not in a rush. But you know that we're going to be doing, now that I've got these components, we will be doing Kingdom Hearts PC before Kingdom Hearts 4, whenever it is that that's going to come out. And that'll probably mean either modded or challenge runs again. I've already done Speedster and done changing armor, but what else can I do? Oh. Hello? Why are you not... You should... Okay, now you're showing up as being one of my friends. I don't know why it didn't quite do that. Maybe it's because of the data center trouble. For the sake of my own sanity, avoid level lock. Level 1 lock. I mean... I probably won't do level 1. If I do level 1, I'm preparing myself for that being a very, 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 very long run. I remember that Kingdom Hearts 1 level 1 has broken summons, right? Because there was some weird logic issue in the game. That meant summons just became more powerful for some reason. I don't know if there's anything like that in 2 or 3, though. I don't know. I'd need to look into mods and stuff like that. Because if there's mods, there are very little ways to cheese level 1 runs. Oh, yeah. I just remember that there was that. It was less of a cheese and more of just a synergy that shouldn't happen, but did in Kingdom Hearts 1. But yeah, I'd look into mods and stuff, because if there's mods to make the run a little bit interesting, I wouldn't do like massive story mods. It would be gameplay ones or visual ones. It isn't like Final Fantasy X where no grid sphere is hard until you get Riku. Yeah. I don't know. We'd look into it. But yeah, so there's a very interesting mod for Kingdom Hearts 2 which makes the Organization 13 characters playable. Yes, like stuff like that I could definitely see myself trying out. Or like doing a texture swaps that I play through all of Kingdom Hearts 2 as Roxas or some shit. That could be fun. I don't know. I'd need to look into it. But that is on the cards. Once we've done the Elden Ring DLC, I think that I want to take a break from hack and slash fantasy, and we'll go and try Cyberpunk again with the new components. Hopefully I'll be able to play it. Because Cyberpunk obviously is first-person shooter style. I know that it's also RPG with lots and lots of talking, but I'm hoping that I'm pretty sure that it's mainly voiced, so it would also save me having to read too much. Because after playing this for as long as I've been playing it, I'm kind of... Yeah, there's a lot of reading in this. I feel like you are crafting more things for me than just the 2 items. Unless you're crafting the items that are needed to craft the thing. There's been a lot of crafting going on. Yeah. My brain's going numb. You're crafting the prerequisite items, fair. But yeah, once we're in Stormblood, we'll do... Hello. Nice. Wait. Ah! And an onion too! Oh, you spoil me. You spoil me. Thank you, good sir. Thank you indeed. Okay. Well. I had better get back to crafting for a dragon. Thank you very, very much, Drakeling. I will catch you later. It's great having friends in MMOs to just give you shit. Oh, a couple of other things that I've done off stream is I got the Lana, the mount from Sephiroth, and I got the Nightmare mount from the A Realm Reborn Extremes, which is just a rare mount that can drop from Garuda, Ifrit, or Titan. But on my Summoner Unsynced, I was able to get Garuda Extreme down to about 40 seconds. So I had to do it, I think, about 20 times in order to get it, because there's only a 2% drop chance or something. But otherwise, it wasn't too bad. But I plan on trying to get all of the anima relics to the highest stage that I can right now. So I've got enough of the unidentifiable items to get one more relic beyond that stage. But then I need Umbrite and Singing Crystals. I was an idiot and didn't do my weekly Singing Crystals in time for the reset because I'd forgotten about it. So I lost out on 18 Singing Crystals this week, which sucks, but it's also fine. The Singing Crystals are one of the cheaper items that I need. I just need to do a shit ton of S ranks, which I actually did go over to Shadow and did a Realm Reborn A rank train. So I got all of the achievements for killing A ranks in the different areas. I still need to do stuff like slaying a bunch of them. And when it comes to S ranks, I've done 303 so far. I've killed my fair share of shit. And I need to kill a lot more. But once we're done with the anima relic, it's calm. I don't need to worry. I don't need to desperately try and get as many Tombstones of Poetics as I can again. I did equip it, yes. Good. Oh, so much better. Thank you, Dragon. So much easier. The difference that level appropriate gear makes. I still need to do all of the accessories, but that's fine. Those are those will count for all of my crafting classes, so I'll probably just craft those myself if I buy the components off Market Board, given that my goldsmith is also level 80. Oh yeah, I actually have to hand these in. It's really framey here. Is that because of the snow effect? It wasn't this framey before. I might need to reboot the game. I should actually read what he says. So this is what I used to make culinary delicacies? Up until now, I thought cooking was little more than a matter of roasting meat until blackened. But I can see now that it's not the case. I shall treat this tool with the utmost care. There you are. You have my utmost gratitude for all your deliveries so far. That's just the cutscene for me having done all 6 of my deliveries. But nice, that's something else done. What I should do is get that out. Get that out so I don't forget about them. Awesome. And we get a homegrown Thavnarian onion. So kind. So kind. I need to head to Last Vigil. In order to... Wait, no. I need to head to Idleshire first. Let's see if this is still framey in Idleshire. The thing is, my frame counter is saying 30 FPS. But it just feels lower than that. Wait, where am I going? What do I want the half a level on? I'm still trying to level Machinist and Dark Knight, but I could level my Scholar and Summoner some more, which would help me to run stuff unsynced for doing mounts, but then that's only benefiting me for mounts, whereas leveling up my Machinist would help me to... Yeah, let's just do Machinist. Alright, give me the 500 and give me the MGP because I don't give a shit about anything that's on bronze. The ding. Sweet. Now I need to head to Last Vigil. I'm hoping, from what we've seen so far of the patches, that these quests aren't going to take too long before we get into Stormblood. Like I said, there are 2 dungeons that I still need to do as well, though. Mistress Bunn! Mistress Bunn! You've come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you'd been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Aymeric de Burrell, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and Viscount of House Burrell, cordially invites Mistress Bunn to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalised. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunities for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? I should be glad to accept. I would, but I haven't got the foggiest what to wear. Any thoughts? You would ask me? Well, I'm sure that as a personal friend of Sir Aymeric, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Emmanuelane has been heard to say. I assume the same holds true for ladies. When you're ready, pray, report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Burrell should be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. What? Why did Burnbot just reconnect? Suspicious. Highly suspicious. Twitch has been having some issues lately. Yeah, I've noticed that with the chats myself. It really does seem framey. You know what, whilst we're in here, I'm going to quickly reset the game and see if that works. If it doesn't, then I might reboot. Hopefully I can avoid having to do that, though. Because I really can't be asked editing together the footage. Being honest. I've been playing the game all day with no issues, so... I mean, obviously now I am streaming and recording and everything, but... it wasn't an issue last time. Greetings and well met, Mistress Bunn. I have the honour and the privilege to serve as head steward of House Burrell, though, admittedly, our staff is somewhat smaller than those of the other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you've accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. That's not exactly looking the smoothest, but okay. Ah, yes. The pile of greenery that also appears to be floating from the textures. That's not what...
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
That's not what they mean about trying to get texture into the dish. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like it's trying to crawl off Amaric's plate.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Do you reckon that's just a bunch of different syrups, and that Aymeric loves a pumpkin spice latte?
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Why not join me on the next one?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
Damn fucking right. Best not be fucking poisoned.
May I ask a personal question?
Aymeric, how bold!
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
I want to learn Kung Fu. It's always been a dream of mine.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Who is Thancred picked up now?
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she.
Whose voice is this?
Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
That's not Thancred's new voice actor, is it? As in, new for Heavensward and probably Stormblood. Because that definitely wasn't the Count for Tom. Unless it's the new Count. Artoirel. Oh, it's Alysse! Of course. We saw that in a cutscene.
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphino's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder.
Better than the
It was
knee.
only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she is as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
She's away.
No. Is the Warrior of Light, is she with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
Look, you're cock blocking me with Amerix. This better be good.
The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
That voice sounded deeper and more appropriate than other cutscenes that Thancred has been in. Because we are in a different patch. So the voice actor may actually be different. Surely they won't let her... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Cherugians. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? So, the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning. But they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lothas Nath, when they were confronting Ravana. Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There's much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Elise risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. After, will you accompany me to Zelphatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We've been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Kurthan lands to a point. The summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavour demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Aymeric, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. Experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelphatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They'll secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmond. In the event Mistress Elise regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natlan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it's normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I've been informed that House Fortom knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gates lie open. We need but walk through. Oh yeah, Can I get Nightmare? Nope. 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 Okay. So this is Nightmare. Basically, dark unicorn with a flaming horn. And with wind and earth aspect feet. So it's kind of like a combination of the three base A Realm Reborn mounts. Mistress Bunn, Master Alpino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they're up to something. You don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatol and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal. If they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. And that's Zelpatol unlocked, which hopefully... Hopefully I can do it unsynced by myself for the sake of speed. If not, I'll queue in for it as Astro. Because it'll at least hopefully be a short queue time. My Scholar and White Mage are both level 80 plus now, so I kind of want to avoid playing them too much. Although I suppose it doesn't really matter if I get them up to 90. Because I imagine that the only reason I don't want to get a class up to 90 right now is that as soon as you hit 90, Wondrous Tales changes to become more difficult. It also gives you the chance of getting gold bullshit, but it would probably mean that I need to use more retry points, more second chance points, in order to complete a given Wondrous Tales. Okay. Just keep running. I've actually kind of been getting into Summoner a little bit because I've been playing it for some unsynced content. And it's just, I think it's just nice having a high level of DPS, which I'd kind of forgotten how nice that is, because on my previous character I only had Ninja up to 90. I think it's that you need to hit him. Yeah, then you break his balloon, right. Get tightened. And now Come on, that's it. Group up. Thank you. Maximize my damage. So one thing that they're going to do in this dungeon is they're going to have reinforcements turning up, which is a little different. They've not really done that in any of the other dungeons so far, at least not thematically. Like, you have the ice walls in Snowcloak that just keep breaking, revealing more enemies. That's about it. Whereas with this, we're going to have more like troop carriers that are going to be dropping off more and more enemies. Fuck off. The next set of job quests that I do is probably going to be warrior and summoner. In fact, I'll probably do scholar and summoner, then warrior. Just because it feels like doing scholar and summoner just makes sense. Like, to do them back to back. Given that they're just two sides of the same base class. And warrior because warrior's main sustain and damage, I think, come from Heavensward job classes. So having those will mean that I can solo more stuff as warrior. Alright, here we go. We got our first lot of more enemies dropping in. And you can actually see them coming out. It's a really small thing, but it's something that the game hadn't done yet. And now they drop air stones, which we need in order to activate these platforms to go further. Yeah. This is the only dungeon, as far as I'm aware, that shows that animation. I don't know if they ever repeat that animation for anything else, which is kind of weird, given that they love to recycle stuff. Yeah, with good reason. There's a lot of stuff in this game, but if you just recycle and reskin something or edit its moves slightly, hey, you can have more different styles of the same enemy, which makes things still seem a bit different. You fuck off. Thank you. And we're on to the final boss, which is... Big Bird Man. Muscular Birdman, clearly not based off of Xande's rig at all. Speaking of recycling. Honestly, this fight looks like it wouldn't be out of place in Tears of the Kingdom. Like fighting a big bird priest king instead of the flying dragony wormy insect thing that you have to dive through or break the crystals. Oh, hey, Alphino. Nice of you to join us. You know you're a summoner too, right? Could have helped. Just saying.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The Knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
Why does that look like Urianger?
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
Now, let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here.
He's monologuing.
You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it?
of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
So, we kind of already knew about the Void, but it's nice to have it confirmed that there's 13 different dimensions, essentially.
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
But that becomes particularly important in Shadowbringers. And you'll never guess why. After everything that he's just said, and the title of the expansion being Shadowbringers. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knight can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we, the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. Okay, so that'll put us 3 quests in, so we're about a third of the way through. Oh wait, congregation. We're about a third of the way through this patch, and then we've got one more full patch, which was actually in 2 parts. So that's often how they do the final patch before the expansion. Hey, Alphano. brings me joy to see you safely return to us. What news from Zelpatol? And we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remain behind, Mistress Yoshida has been tending to Mistress Elise in your absence, and I'm pleased to report that she's regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
Of course, because we've done the cause of Bahamut. So we know a bit of what Elise's been doing, in that she's been travelling, and she knows that she can trust us implicitly.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Assyrians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Assyrians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
Well, I can explain that. It takes a lot of energy to summon a primal. And if you kill a primal, where's that energy go? The crystals that made them are all gone.
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Assyrians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Assyrian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Assyrians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
No, I still don't like his voice. It's just it lacks the
Just consult with
gravitas.
Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
It lacks the gravitas and the charisma that I feel Thancred needs.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
Have you changed classes yet?
But Alize, you...
Did that happen during your travels, or will that happen
You are more
once
than
we get into
welcome.
Stormblood?
After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
I do like how canonically everyone's new outfits come from Tataru. So there's like an actual explanation for why they just suddenly changed the outfit that they've had for years. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she'd taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to, I never learned. Oh, I suspect that was by design. So, she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Not bad. So, she's still got the grimoire, so she's not changed class yet. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 that she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember that time at the studio when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please!" She was not my... Can we have this conversation in... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, then. Be honest, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions, as you may recall. I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. Pleasure to have you with us. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different. More resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who's ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then and see if Urianger can be of assistance. You're all thick as pig shit. Either that, or they just don't know what Urianger looks like under his hood. Been a while since we've been in the Waking Sands. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray, allow us to explain. I, too, have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervour. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Melthor. Ogomoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Thank you for your counsel, Urianger. Pray, inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Urianger, is there anything else you'd like to say? Elise? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard the tale of a promising tome, the Garoon Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. And I know she knows. Da, da, da. Oh, wait, it's right here. Hey, Bloodin. Seven else. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Eh? Whatever it is, we don't want any... Well, fancy that! Just when my kobold problems look like it's coming to a head, the signs of the Seventh Dawn turn up itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what that is. Right, let's get to it. So, our friendly neighbours in Ugumaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Urianger's information, yes. But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there'll be time to think on it later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. It's just a baby. It's just a baby. Stay back! Away! Far! Back! I'm not a, it's no use. Pointless. Hopeless. No use! Where's he gone? Oh, there he is. Don't hurt me. Oh, I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. This was a stupid plan. Stupid! But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Yeah, she found me again! What to do? I come in peace, only to talk, speak, say, talk. So please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. Could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah! We've got him. Fine work, Zions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now. Let's all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Hickman Garbu of the 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pickman. One day. Well met, Garbu. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Elise. After, the woman who found you is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloedin here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu. But you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one's gonna hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, he's... The Patriarch's gonna summon the Great Father again and you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him! Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I've heard tale of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that's sickening! No one listens to Garbu, no matter how much he cries. Pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the Overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Garbu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Garbu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to the worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready, just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated aetherical disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Garbu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. And if we gather enough, he'll return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Garbu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know! Ooh! Several spots, each defended by a different order. Garbu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Garbu will lead you to the first cache. It's been a while since I've had to voice a kobold. Quickly! Do you have them? Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Garbu. This way! Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother! Aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces. Enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. Struggle to imagine kobolds travelling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Elise said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Garbu? Yes, of course. Garbu knows the way. This next one is the last and is very large, very big, very huge, very large. They're not here. Found it. What about you after? Any luck? Nothing, nothing, nothing! But this cannot be! Gabu saw them! Spied, spotted, saw! Think, brother, think! They must have moved them, yes? The question is, where to and why? Within Ogomura, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. 'Tis the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them! And we will, Gabu, we will! Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bloedin's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloedin on the situation. Pray, go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetherite within the Yugumuru mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way! I am so fucking glad I never have to do a Zodiac book again. Just trying to find elite priests or bullshit like that in these mines. I take it this is the aetherite we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers? Here? But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? They're already dead. Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace. You monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the Overdwellers. No, Elise. Not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you've brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. It need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the Overdweller's convenience! Oathbreakers, all of you! Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers! You take and you take and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands. You will not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Please! Garbu is summoning something. Oh, shit. Well, hi, Titan. Wake up. 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 Wake up! You weren't the ones that summoned him. Seven hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino, leave him to me. Good job, Carbuncle. We must away. Well, how could I be so foolish? Should have known better than to let Garbu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. You know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Elise and I will tend to Garbu. When you finish with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you. Okay, so it's actually going to make me do Titan hard. Okay. I haven't done hard Titan in a bit. For a second then, I thought I was going to get caught by that. I said I'd come, I said I'd come. Oh. There's new dialogue. Because we're doing it for this quest. Oh, for fuck's sake. The Titan background music does go pretty hard. Okay, they fucked off to Camp Overlook. Okay. Oh, okay, they're not actually in the camp, they're just outside it. That's fine. There she is. Did I not tell you she would return safe and sound? The deed is done, then. Titan is no more? Good. It's been enough tragedy this day. It's been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us. He's made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Ysal's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Cool, well that puts us halfway through this patch. There's naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloedin of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he'll be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? You're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst. They said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. There ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we're all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honoured to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. I mean, the fact that he's following Elise is making me think that he's probably not a thrall.
Who goes there?
Ooh, voiced. Just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Isal, who were very...
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Nice crystal you got there.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
Why is your voice higher pitched when you're dealing with them? That's usually a sign of love and infatuation. You will speak in a higher pitch.
Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
What ho after? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They've had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which once bore Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. With that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where's Elise? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Blodin, something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance. Until he comes back to us. Until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, aye. You needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. Pain, anger, helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Elise. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, I will be a reckoning. Pray, return to the Waking Sands. I've nearly used them all up. We're nearly there. We're nearly at Stormblood, but I've nearly used up all of my Vesper Bay Aetherite tickets. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomera, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa may rest easy. Should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they in the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to the transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Assyrians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralga. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Aline Royal's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Assyrians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. After, Elise, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Oh no, Elise. After. Are you 3 listening? Good. I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you were sitting down, a man in black robes. You have them, and the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it would be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Americ's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Huh, and there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Aline Royal, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next. Is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Cryptic. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we've sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levialur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little Alamigo awaits. Yep. I'll get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, it's been a long day. Do you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, if anything should happen, if it should be me who... Just know I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. After, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Elise and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Let me guess. Come join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, my friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. Well, he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart. He also inspired more than a few old Arns to pledge himself to the cause. Little wonder. The Guardians won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions. Looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems you're the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans. What's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he were here. Your guess is as good as mine. Eh? The Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'm any use to them. Ugh. You search stores, buy all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masks' bedtime stories. This is our lot. It's time we got used to it. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressive militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervour is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Much as it pleases me to see you again after, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin. I know of him, as do we all. He and his marks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was a suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable leader. Commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Khan. Go, and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire.
Someone else that sounds like Sean Bean.
In our haste to
Sean
overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. rebuilding the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country. Or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more!
It's a lot of strong jawlines.
Befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Oh, hi, guys.
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
Ida's greaves are so discolored. They used to be bright red, I think. Like, all of their colours have been muted, but especially that. Hi, Venetia Silva. Wrong Griffin, it's not see, feel. It's here, feel, think. That's the power he's talking about. It's clearly the Echo. This is definitely something Heidelin would support. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! It was pretty obvious you and Arthur would be fine. Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favour. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Uldar. We would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lola Rito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Rauban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. Having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communication with outsiders. Oh, we also heard a rumour that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the signs of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would be welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. The irony. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... get a better sense of the man. All the good it did. And now you've heard the whole of it. Tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin... Well, man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is, assuming you'll have us? Oh, we're plenty friends with Garlemald. We know their salute, have a helmet, a robe. We even have a set of their Magitech armor. We were close and personal with Mr. Baelsar. I mean, we did kill him, notionally. We were also quite buddy-buddy with Nero for a while. And we fought alongside another Legatus against the Warring Triad. Although he died. You know what? It makes sense why the Resistance might not want us. It is as you suspect. The Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal. We must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You'll need to look the part when we might maintain the charade, till we have him cornered at least. Here, This should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough, thanks. And with that, let us be off. Hey, give me some rags. Eh? You want to buy what? Don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones with the gill, seeing as you're friends with Papa Limo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your tastes. Now off with you, before someone sees us together. Since I'm deeply invested, feelings on how that Thancred La Habrea reveal planned out. That was a while back. This isn't my first time going through the story, but that bit. So I'd play through the story up to the end of Shadowbringers on my other character, but I was skipping most of the dialogue and the cutscenes after about halfway through Heavensward. So the Thancred reveal, I think I originally saw it coming because, let's face it, it's not exactly rocket science to work out some of the stuff. I feel like it was done okay. Like, the A Realm Reborn writing wasn't the best. So it is what it is. They did then, like, obviously it became quite a significant part of Thancred's character, and I don't like his voice actor now. He doesn't seem like, in A Realm Reborn, he's charismatic, he's cheeky, he's flirty, and all of that stuff. And that's his character. He's the lovable rogue. And that's who he needs to be. And now he's just not quite that anymore. And I know that part of it is that he's supposed to be broody and everything because of what's going on with Minfilia. And that he couldn't save her and all of that shit. But then sometimes his writing will slip back into what he was like and the way that he would say things, but then the voice actor that they have now doesn't deliver it with the same charisma. And it's just, Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go and change. See you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Isn't this like the third time that we've had to wear this stuff? A Realm Reborn story is good, however that reveal is the only wool over the eyes. You recently replayed A Realm Reborn for fun. You did the final dungeons and trial at minimum eye level. Silenced Echo. Nice. I can, like... Obviously, eye level scaling has fucked any difficulty curve. But I still can't imagine, like, Praetorium or Castrum being that hard on minimum eye level. I mean, I guess I suppose it depends how much damage you're doing with the full party against Gaius. Yeah, that's the main thing, is fights take longer and healers have to heal more. Like, that's basically the... But, like, mechanically, there isn't anything too complicated. Like, Gaius, you've got the Enrage. The first Colossus was chunking you 500 HP in auto. There. I can imagine having more difficulty in Snowcloak. Mainly with those Avises at the end, because they hit fucking hard. Even on scaled eye level. Anyway. Well, look at us. A pair of down-at-heels adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game. Oh, hi, guys!
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Her voice is much better. It's no longer that, like, falsetto. I think this is the first time we've actually heard her voiced, though. I prefer this voice.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
She sounds less ditzy and airheady.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
Aside from a lack of crystals, none. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Nah.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference.
If they've been chosen by the embodiment of the entire, well, entire universe.
You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
I remember that.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
In Japan, Ida is so good. I can imagine that the Japanese voices are a lot better. And that's Laura Aikman for Ida's voice, British sitcom lady. It's much more fitting for the character.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
There's times when it's still like, it feels like it's just a little bit too high
If the men
pitched.
have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
Happily, like, obviously, A Realm Reborn, everyone's voices were quite melodramatic. It was a bit pantomimey. They were all very over the top in a lot of ways. Like, Thancred's voice I really liked. But most of the other ones, the delivery was shit. The voices themselves weren't that great. The writing itself wasn't necessarily that great, and all of this stuff. Papalymo, I'm not sure how I feel about, but he is less annoying, which is probably a good thing.
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Hi. just leaving us here. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. You cannot be expected to recall every name and face. Besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So, let us keep moving forward together. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. We take the Griffin's double at his word, that the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Elise of all we have learned. I'll join you both in Little Alamigo after I've changed. So you get to change. The good news is that we are nearly done with this patch. There's 2 quests left of this patch. And then there's 9 quests before Stormblood. If you were localizing, you'd have the Sharlians be American, the Ishgardians be cast by Franco dialects, the Gridanians to be more Swiss, Uldan to be a mix of Geordie and upper crust Londoner, then the Laminsons be proper Welsh and Irish. So yeah, like, Laminsons make sense to be piratey, which is quite often sort of Gaelic West Country-esque thing. The Gridanians being Swiss, I can understand. Either them being Swiss or them being posh and West Country because of the whole like farming side of things. Ishgardians definitely should be Francophiles because all of the houses are French names. I'll have them be Canadian. That would probably work. French-speaking Canadian. The Sharlians being American, I could see, especially given that I know that we get to go to Sharlian proper in Endwalker. Not that I've been there yet. I could see Uldans being Londoner and being the difference between like Cockney, East Londoner and West Londoner, between the monetarists and the rich people and the poorer people. The Alamegans I probably would have put as Arabic or something like that, because like they come from effectively a desert region, is my understanding of what Gear Albania looks like. It's been a while since I've been, but I'm thinking of like the fringes, the locks and everything. It's all quite arid, like around Uldar. Alamegans, you'd go Russo-Slavic. Ooh, that could work too. Yeah, I could see that. Like, if they were to make a Final Fantasy XIV TV show or movie, that's the kind of thing that I would hope for. The Garleans, obviously, the Garlean military is a hodgepodge of everything, so their accents would change. But I would imagine there'd be something a little bit similar to like a Creole language that comes about from the more the nations that have been part of the empire for longer. But then I don't really know what the Garlean propers would be like. There's a temptation, because of pop culture, to have them be German because of parallels to like Nazis, but really their empire is more Roman or British, and there's many more parallels to the Roman Empire I can't imagine them having Italian accents. That doesn't quite seem right. Like, Nero to me is very American looking. Like, posh American. I forget what Gaius is like with his different voice actor. And I don't think we've had any voiced stuff from Xenos yet. You'd put the pureblood Garlean to Spaniards. Yeah, Spanish Empire. Inquisition. Yeah, no, I can see that. That's a good parallel. Although then Sid, voiced by Antonio Banderas. that's an image. Even though the names are Roman. Yeah, Gaius and all of that stuff, it's definitely Roman. Roll it out. But then you start getting into Shadowbringers, and obviously it's a bit different, but because Kugane is easy. Kugane, everyone would be Japanese. Duh. It's literally what the area is based on. Like Shadowbringers, those regions are a bit interesting because they're not. It's more high fantasy, even than all of this. Which usually high fantasy ends up being sort of more rural British. The most crucial villain in sci-fi history was a Spaniard. Roger Cesar Marius Bernard de Delgado Torres Castillo Roberto. First master from Doctor Who. I must admit, not a big Whovian. I watched David Tennant. I think I watched like 2/3 of his run, and that was about it. But I'm not much for serialized TV like that goes on too long. I'm also the same for anime. I'm not a massive. I watched Bleach for a while up until Ichigo loses his powers and is coming into his Quincy stuff. Like, that was years ago, and then I stopped because I just couldn't keep going. I dare not start Naruto or One Piece. Dear God. You fell in love with Capaldi. You want Capaldi as a Bond villain. I do like Capaldi and other stuff. And I would probably like him. I'd probably like Matt Smith, to be honest. But I just... I don't have a drive to feel like I want to watch it. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you should share you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalima were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I would think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there's naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. I'm still a shepherd boy, girl, woman, bunny. And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plans. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, Gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. For your casting for Y'shtola Grey Delise. I'm not sure who that is. What's she been in? Oh, she was Selena Kyle in the Batman games. Yeah, that'd work. Probably the only thing I recognize her from. Off the top of my head. Yeah, by the looks of it. She's Azula in Avatar. Mandy in Billy and Mandy. That's a big difference. Jeanette in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Yeah, Azula. And whatever the one that I said would kind of work. I did not read any of that. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we've braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you'd make any final preparations, pray, do so now. I shall await your signal. Also, Y'shtola is one of those that weirdly I could see having a Spanish accent. Having the, like, rolling R's. But I wouldn't say that for any of the other Sharlians. Like, the Levialures, it would make sense for them to have French influences. I think that Urianger is probably pretty well cast as is. Thancred to me is a very American charisma-y. I actually quite like Kral's voice actress at this point, because she's sassy. Talisa and Jaffe worked well as Thancred. I'm not sure who... Like, I swear I have heard Thancred in more recent expansions and preferred his voice to what he is now. For me, in Stormblood. Well, basically, Stormblood. So, I'm hoping that it changes again in Shadowbringers. Because obviously Thancred becomes a much more important character in Shadowbringers. Or at least he's the poster boy for the expansion.
The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
But you see, here, when there's that bit of depth to his voice, I don't hate it. But he needs to have that slight gravitas, and his voice needs to have a playful aspect that comes out of it when he's delivering those lines, but he also still needs to be able to have he still needs to be able to deliver his serious lines. I think he's probably one of the harder characters to voice appropriately, because it does have to be able to switch. It's like right now he's moody and all the rest, but every so often his playful side will sneak through, whereas in A Realm Reborn he was mainly able to just be sassy and wisecracking and charismatic and flirty. Aizen in Tales of Berseria, is that the Earth user? It's been a long time since I played Berseria. I think that's the Earth user that had the pirate, yeah. That isn't his sister a dragon or some shit. I don't know. It's been too long. Been probably a good 7 years since I played that, I want to say.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, his voice actor is quite good. I hope that stays the same. But his delivery is really good. I also think his writing is a bit better than... a bit more consistent.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Fire?
Defend me!
Obsidian Carbuncle. Good Carbuncle!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Yeah, because she's kind of got that catty... like a Selena Kyle Catwoman. He later acted as Gendry Baratheon in Game of Thrones.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
She's gonna go through a magical girl transformation. She's going through her class change.
As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
I forgot to change. Fuck. Okay, I'm just a shepherd going through this. Crap. I forgot about that. I might be able to change it once we're in combat. Nope. Oh, well. Whoopsie doopsie. So I want to take out Devout first, because that's the healer.
You shall fall soon enough.
Wait, no, you know what I can do? Kill me.
There's no escape.
I'll count that as a death. I don't give a shit. Anything is worth the price of fashion. And I can just skip. Nah, fuck that. I don't need very easy. I can just skip all the cutscenes up to the fight. Because we've just seen them. But this time, I won't look like dog shit. I do have to summon my carbuncle again, though. Okay, well, that is the healing bitch dead. I say, as a healer main. But as a healer main, I know the importance of protecting the healer.
There's no escape.
Oh wait, shit, they brought the healer back. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, he does. Maybe I should be focusing the actual warrior. Norvrant never went through A Realm Reborn. They can still multi-class. They still have the cross skills. Cross-class skills. It ends now!
Now.
Oh, wait, no, that was still voiced. It was just delayed. It's impressive being able to home gang that many people.
What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
I really like Urianger's delivery there compared to... Like, that's much more fast-paced and actually coherently stringing a sentence together compared to his fortune cookie bullshit from A Realm Reborn. And he's hot!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Oh God.
Me. We only have one chance.
He's doing a Donald.
Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Why did she unsheath it again? It was already unsheathed.
Make ready! They come!
I'm gonna take out the Devout if it's the last thing I do. Always take out the healer. There we go. Do I interact with you or do I just stand in you? I think I just stand in her. How do I give you... You keep saying give me ether. I'm... Oh, Blade of Light. That'll be how. What if I just kill all of them? Okay. I see now. Do thou fucking mind?
Why are you following
Thank
me?
you, Venetia, for the follow. Glad you're enjoying this.
Hurry it up, neighbor!
Eh.
Crush you!
Okay. Heal her down again. Okay, do you mind fucking off? I will get to you in a minute. Can I just... Nope, fully resisted. Fair enough. It was bold to assume that was an option. Okay, no, you're now going against Carbuncle. There it is. Get fucked.
With this blade, I banish the darkness.
I'm helping. She just nuked everyone.
Not like this.
I definitely need Dreadworm's Trance. Yes, I do. I haven't done the Heavensward job quests yet for Summoner or Scholar. Which does mean that getting to level 80 on my Summoner is pretty much pointless beyond stats, because I can't actually do any of the stuff that you get at level 80.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine.
Come on, Ystola's always doing that.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Except we have. Multiple times at this point.
Wait!
What was that delivery? Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbit. I'm not afraid to die again.
That is not the voice I expected from a Rogadin.
No matter how many times we fall, we must arise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
And we're just letting them do whatever it is they're doing.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What the fuck do I do? This is the first time we brought them here.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Amen, Philia.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves. The first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark.
To forge the Keyblade. Wait, no, wrong game.
Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
I really hate
Have we not walked together in the light of the
those
crystal?
pigtails that are coming down
Let her
from the
bidding borne
sides.
witness to the joys and sorrows of this land. Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
Like, that just doesn't make sense for her to have such thick braids coming from what are essentially sideburns. That's not where the massive hair is. That's more back here. If it was back here and then it came round to the front, that would be one thing. But it just looks so fucking weird.
You would go alone then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
And off they fuck. And we'll never see them again. At least for an entire expansion.
'Tis a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
So glad I wasn't dressed like a shepherd for that. But yeah, they were really trying to turn Minfilia into a Zelda. You're right. Now we get to tell Philomene that her daughter is not even on this star anymore.
Thank you, Philomene, for everything.
But a mother knows. It would seem we're in southern Thanlan again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way. And the Warriors of Darkness, too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. They gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. This when I know full well there is yet work to be done. Crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. I'd not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you... Don't have to do this, I know. I want to. I'll see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired after. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When did thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? I saw you meeting with that Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. Tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. Sorry. Forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. Well, shit. Post-A Realm Reborn ended in us losing all of our friends. Post-Heavensward is ending with us having found all of our friends except Minfilia, who, as far as we know, we will never see again. Although we will. Well met, After. Alphno said you should be joining us. Would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually, we saw him in Philia. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We've been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? Can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We shall be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida? Ida! Ralga be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long that you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. Fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of it, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us on our separate ways, but the resistance was always welcome in Little Alamigo. It gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, till the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumours, we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, and the Scions. Sorry, we're still the Circle of Knowing back then. Right. Anyways, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will. But right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray, forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Gods take me for giving you that mask. Heyo. Welcome home, After. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he'll rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Yoshida and Kryle and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
Oh, Tataru.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryle.
For the love of God, get that brooch or medallion or whatever the fuck
Can we
fixed.
trust you to carry on your investigation of the Assyrians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said,
This new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru.
Alfie.
And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
I quickly need to go and check if Neff has left something behind. One moment. Okay. She did not forget it, but she made herself think that she'd forgotten it. Her download onesie. If she's at download. Thought she'd forgotten her onesie. As far as I can tell, she hasn't, because I can't find the fucking thing. Look at them after. Signs of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what future holds, only the 12th know. But I know that we will find out together. It took you until Endwalker to start caring about the Scions in a whole, and later still for Y'shtola. They've been growing on me. I quite like Kryl.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life...
Is this Papalimo narrating?
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. Coming battle shall be our greatest yet. I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Oh shit. The eyes of Needhogg Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you've proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Ah, Alamigo. Or Gear Albania. Or is that supposed to be the Cartano? That might be Cartano. So it was here all along. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. What the fuck was that? Just Nero things. That laugh animation confirms the Ellison base model, yeah. So, we are now... That was the penultimate patch for Heavensward. We are now on the final patch that lead into Stormblood. So basically, we've tied up all of the shit from Heavensward. In fact, that last patch was also just prepping for Stormblood. And there's only 9 quests before we're in Stormblood. After, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favour? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Where the fuck is the Diamond Forge? Oh, is that just what... Okay. That's just what Rowena's House of Splendors area is called? I guess. Oh, okay, no, it's here. Yeah, that makes sense. This is the forge, after all. Not that I've used it. I haven't really had a need to, but... I'm so sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. That's not perfectly still. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time. All in good time. Aha! Found you. Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. You're gonna play now. You've been leveling jobs. Fair enough. I need to do a lot of leveling still. Such is the curse of trying to omni-class.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
You see, his voice just doesn't... It doesn't quite hit with those lines.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Nago! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Hi, Nago.
A hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
That delivery comes off more like, oh my god, this is so you. Why would you do that? Instead of actually admonishing her.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belthar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Dravania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
I have definitely not watched these cutscenes before. We are reaching a point where I basically don't know any of the story unless it is very broad strokes from like where I've had to go or speak with or shit as part of like mechanically the MSQ. But pretty much dialogue and cutscenes, they were all getting skipped by this point. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I'll summon Sir Aymeric. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us. However, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceedings. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and enforce on Handaloop that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. After, pray, accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I'll have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury, speed you on your way. You have no other business in the city. Join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. We are so close to being in Stormblood. There's one more dungeon that we have to get through. You can probably guess which one it is from the dialogue so far. Ooh. That could be worth holding on to. That's the highest eye level gear from Shadowbringers. I mean, that's probably still going to be better than anything else that I can get from my Astro at that level. And I think my Astro is like 70... I want to say 73. 74. Even better. I look forward to being able to spend all of these seals. Like, immediately. As soon as we get to Ralka's Reach, they're all going. Oh, okay, I needed to be the other side of the Gates of Judgment. My bad. If I'd realised, I would have just fast travelled there. Through the Ethernet. Or Aethernet. Hello. You meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that my garrison is ready to defend the border. Through the internet? Damn, you're powerful. You know it, bitch. I must admit, I am getting quite hungry. I may need to make myself a midnight snack. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me after? You may see a familiar face. Emanuele? After, old girl! How wonderful to see you! And Sir Aymeric, too! To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I'll have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse me. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honorite. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a Gaul, I mean to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Oh, that's good. So he's got more confidence now, I guess. Surprised to see you're truly at the helm? You and me both, old girl. Doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorite's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. You just ate a Subway? Nice. I've got a microwave ready meal to look forward to, because if Neff isn't here, like fuck can I be asked to cook and clean and all that shit all the time when it's just me. So. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions. I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes on her. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendour of the forests. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Nothing wrong with that, it's lazy time. Yeah. To be fair, I'm cooking my breakfasts because I'm not a big fan of cold. Like, room temperature breakfasts, fine, but I don't much like cold breakfasts, like cereal with cold milk. But I also don't like hot milk, so... Also, I tend to not have cereal, so I've got, like, a bunch of sausages and black pudding and toast and shit. But then usually, that'll be all I'll eat, and then I'll have dinner. Maybe a snack in the middle there. When I'm working from home, I tend to not have lunch as much such. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Laminson party as well. Yugiri! I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Aymeric. Admiral, always a pleasure. And after, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady After, I was glad to hear that from Riel that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? Black pudding's gorgeous. Same as haggis. Haggis is good.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, From an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
He's just trying to play the Alliance into helping free Alamigo. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Aymeric! Master Alphino, pleasure as always. Mistress Elise, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hoped to thank After for serving as our escort before our duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but waiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Aymeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. and full glad are we to have you. Pray, convey my regards to the scions. My friends, we must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you be accompanying us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I'll join you at the Rising Stone to none. It's so close I can taste it. The storm blood. Welcome back, After. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking's over. I understand these council meetings are important. Do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change. If my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything's possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brothers and the others will not be long. Oh, hi, guys. You returned from the council. What of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we've not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kral, how's Nago going? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tatara's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Dravania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin. Some means to convince him to abandon his reckless course. May not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret tunnels dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kral and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levialures? I'll return to the Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me after? Dravania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, Might I ask that you remain at the Writing Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray, attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. You're tempted to dock the Steam Deck, but you can't be asked moving. It's a pickle. Yeah, that is one of the conundrums of the evening, for sure. After, there you are. Come, Amarasix's spine awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nearly a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part, I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Welcome, Warrior Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers? You'll find them on the observation platform. Proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. Memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honour it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Until now! Report! What? 7 L's. Fighting's broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault! So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colours. Impossible! We gave no such order! Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. After, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They'll emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we're careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, if we can do that. Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal. You can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who've turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. The time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we'll make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. That's right. It's effectively another castrum. And while I could queue into it, it is 10 past midnight. So who knows how long that's going to take. So let's just try it solo. Don't believe that this is as hard as the Aetherochemical Research Plant. But I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I soloed this as a white mage back in the day, so... I say back in the day, probably like a year ago. Oh yeah, I think we'll be fine. Don't mind me, guys. Nothing much to see here. I must admit, I don't really remember this dungeon. I think I've only done it once or twice. But this is, you know, very much so Final Fantasy VI. Magitech. Oh god. You nearly had me. What did we get for this? Oh, filibuster stuff. Yeah, okay. We've been able to get that from the hard versions of dungeons. But you can also get it from this. Because the filibuster stuff is basically the stuff that the Resistance wears. Oh god, there's the alarm. Oh, they're using mimics. Get fucked. Oh, there's a treasure coffer here. Don't mind. Oh, hi guys! How you doing? Fancy seeing you here. Get fucked. I like playing a DPS. Unsync. It's kind of nice being able to just kill shit. I still like playing a healer for multiplayer crap though. Because I like the quick queue times. The shit. Whee! Ah. Hello there. Fuck me, this is kind of doing a lot of damage. I don't know what I was supposed to do there. I don't remember this. What's going on? I don't know. But I'm nearly dead. But it'll be fine, because I'm also killing you. Although that is now the second boss that I've barely killed in time. That bodes well for the final boss, doesn't it? Because these are the easy ones. I don't know if I soloed this as White Mage. I think by now my White Mage was like level mid-80s. I hadn't leveled as many classes. I'd pretty much just level White Mage and Ninja. And White Mage was really easy to level because you just did your roulettes and they would pop immediately. Do you reckon that this wall is the kind of thing that Trump had in mind? That's right. Everybody get together and pop. Here we go. Gilbert. Who could have seen that coming?
How'd you like these?
I'm not sure I like how you said that. Sloppy. I thought that you had some interesting... Yeah, this. This isn't even an enrage, this is just an attack. And then you have to fight all of the different blades to stop them from doing the AoE. While he's kicking you around. Yeah, I really didn't need to worry. That was easy. He was easier than the bosses before him.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold! A glimpse of things to come!
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
How's that going for you?
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
That's a bit overkill.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal? You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Doesn't look like you summoned nothing. And again, that's a lot of bodies. They've summoned something.
This light, is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
Oh.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
I realize now why the theme tune for Heavensward's playing in the background.
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Great. Fuck it, I'm staying. Or not.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Does look an awful lot like an embryo. Like a small version of Dalamud. Who did they summon though? Was it Ralga? Who's the patron deity of Alamigo? Or was it Anima? Because I could see Anima being a primal that could be summoned from all of that death and pain and stuff like that. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend! I should have been there with him! Could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing. What had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright? I know! There's nothing more that you could have done. Ilberd caught us all off guard, and Hart was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Well, shit. Well, that explains why I don't remember Papalymo in any of the Stormblood stuff. Oh. Oh no. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. Thancred's right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all this. Pray, make your way there at once. I'll send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. It would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary. Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual. And as we looked on, the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort. I'm certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. And mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now's not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray, forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. The desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. At thy leave, Lady Alyssa, I shall honour our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exists writing which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. And that is the end of part 1 of this patch. So we now go on to the final 4 quests of Heavensward. After, I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we still have no idea how long it will be before communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Dravania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. I wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yashtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seated doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. Wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Welcome to Stormblood.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
And one of the important NPCs for Stormblood. Because basically we're now in the patch that leads directly into Stormblood. So this was released when Stormblood came out, I think. Not entirely sure about that. Or this was the last patch before Stormblood. So this is basically the bit that links directly into starting the story for Stormblood. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Hey, Nero.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I.
Yeah, then you got pissy and tried to kill us. And had an entire spiel about not wanting to live in Sid's shadow anymore.
But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No. But I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartanau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartanau being what they are I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Sweet. Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Elise is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Airship landing, okay. After. Alphino, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. You let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Ah, well, there they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such times as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona. We can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith and join you as soon as I'm able. Pray, accompany Elise back to the Rising Stones. I would feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Mordona! Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? For better or for worse, I'm not finishing today until we have finished Heavensward. It's only 2 more quests after this, but still.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark XIV Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Even better than my Zodiac kettle. Fuck you, Tataru. Fuck you.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back without Fano. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Gotetsu's definitely a character. Arthur, wait! Can I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a travelling outfit in my spare time. I only just this minute finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Free glam. Not sure how I feel about the skirt. Jacket's not bad though. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... Sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine. I feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphno, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist your Stoller and Kral? Fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nira and I will focus on rousing Omega, while after Ida and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. Since we're here... Maybe it would be good for glam. Ah, perfect. Just what I needed. Thank you. Jesus, that popping. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we'd best be on our guard. Given that Aline Royale was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure the Empire has long been aware of its presence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Now, where was that? Ah.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Does he have a single nostril?
The Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
All right. Time to take on a Monster Hunter hammer build.
You watching, Pavelino? Your defense is lacking.
I think that he can kill his... okay.
This one'll sting.
I'm pretty sure that he can kill his comrades.
It's all over now.
Yep, yeah, he can.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike.
No holding back.
Was that it? That was quick. Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys. Only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. Unless Kerr thinks to abandon his men, I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray, attend to the rest of his minions. Oh, I have more moves than I'm used to. Some of these are familiar. Some of them are quite different. So I have a line AoE. That's pretty effective, to be fair.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
This will sting. No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel!
It's all over now. Your defense is lacking.
Tis my right to strike!
That's not what I meant to thought. Oh? Is he back? He's fucked off. Okay. No? I think we may have defeated him. He's defeated, he just doesn't know it yet. Shit. Okay, he actually hits hard. Fuck. That's annoying, given that it's 20 past 1 in the morning. I am sleepy. And my throat hurts.
It's all over now. An opening.
I have you!
You watching, Pabalero? Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
This will sting. Leave this to me.
Okay, back to the Red Baron segment.
You watching, Pabalero? Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
This will sting. An opening.
right to strike!
No holding back! The defense is lacking. It's all over now. No retreat. No surrender.
With Zolanstein!
You watching, Papadino?
This time I should remember that I have Radiant Aegis.
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
This one'll sting.
Yeah, he's really close.
Tis my right to strike!
And he's down. And he runs off. Go on then, Omega. Show us what you can do. I didn't realize that any of this happened. Like, I didn't even know about Papalimo's sacrifice, but I didn't realize there was a primal. Definitely didn't realize that we use Omega.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
So it's definitely a dragon. Oh, okay. Done a tidal wave. Delta attack. We're not even in Stormblood yet.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Dravania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. Makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. And with that, we can now start the final quest of Heavensward. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling toward the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Wait! We must first... The Elder Seed Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Osetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks to you, Giri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Please be voiced. Please be voiced. This doesn't bode well. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You're too kind, Elder Seed Seer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. Tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its mists rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Dravania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. It wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I'll not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend. We have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Dravanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we've sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the Council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it'll be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Dravania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo may finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones. I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Y'shtola and the others are gathered at Amarasix's spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Oi.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. She was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
You never tell me.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path,
And those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
The fact that I only just figured out that they're the same character about 15 minutes ago.
Upon us once more.
Despite the fact that I have Lisa's armor set as a glamour. I didn't realize that it is this. Like, I realized the boots are the same as Ida's. I didn't put two and two together that they're the same fucking person. No.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she is resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite the story to tell to Taru and my sister. And there we go. That is the end of Heavensward. Oh. We are now in Stormblood. How? I'm pretty sure that the first quest of Stormblood would put us yeah. Okay. I'm afraid I'm just gonna skip. Because I'm a sleepy fucking guy. You may have mentioned, but Alphenor has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support her choice. Fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance was taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, of little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence. Correct? I for one look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans, striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, As I rather suspect, do you. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, little bird. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues, though both yet elude us, my lord. The battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryo, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies, and behold their crimson hue, a dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. I should really end it here, but I want to unlock... I want to unlock the first zone. Because then I could do fates in it. I can do it. It's 2 AM. No. We'll call it here for today. And then tomorrow, we'll get to Ralga's Reach. And then we'll do job quests and stuff. That's the plan. That does mean that I might have to use some of my Centurio seals before we get into Stormblood, because I will be doing more S ranks to get Tombstones of Poetics, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. This has been a long-ass after-work stream, coming up on nearly 7 hours. Fuck me. I did almost a full workday stream after doing a full workday. Have a good one, everyone. I'll catch you next time. Later.